Good morning, everybody. How are we all doing? I'm getting it going. Give me a second. There we go. Losing money, you? Nice. Getting ready to close the only side of my straddle that's going to print today. All right. Let's see how everything looks here. Might be getting a bearish continuation soon. We have some support at 51.75. Longer term support at 51.80. God. VIX is up there. Gold kept moving up. So, well, not a huge move in VIX. What the fuck is this doing here? Ouch. Yeah, we really got the most. We got the most bearish outcome that we really could, considering everything. So regarding my oven problem, apparently because I didn't lie and say the oven worked the first time I used it, the warranty people can't put in a work order for me. God bless America. Ah, son of a bitch. Well, just tell them that the stove fucking worked. Isn't the stove attached to it? You didn't bake anything. Teach you to be honest, dork. Anyway, yeah, we got a momentum shift coming up in a few minutes. I'm not really sure if that's going to drag us down or up, but we have gotten a little bit of capitulation since we hit the bottom. We are getting a little bit of call buying now. Tesla's down 7%. That's been a good week to short Tesla, huh? I should close this shit. Pickles picks strike again. Huh. I close my Tesla. I do good. Yeah, yeah. I'm a little late to close just because I just got home, but I didn't have any kind of orders set up on that. Bounce here at 65. This is support, so it could find some stability. We'll see. Any chance of IWM bouncing? Or it looks like a dead cat minus the bounce. Yeah, IWM doesn't look so hot. If it falls back below 200, that's probably a concern. Futures. This is where we'd be looking for a failure, I think. So maybe I should move this a little closer to spot. Failure or breakout. Not really sure which way this one's going to go. Did you sleep at all last night? Very, very little. I was pretty busy, and I got to go out to Long Island again tomorrow morning, so it's going to be this fucking track. Tell me the good news. No matter what the MSD demos are forced on the customers already bought one, Tesla will dump to 100 by summer's end. Tesla might just go out of business. He can't go out of business. He owns all the stations for getting electricity. Someone else will buy them. Also, they don't make any fucking money on those. I believe the debtors would then own them. And they are numerous. I love the stream card, by the way. Elon would blame Dems or whatever. Yeah. How you doing, Kiki? I've seen more Ford vehicles at Tesla charging stations, but it's still rare. JP Morgan going to be the primary owners of Tesla and Twitter soon. There's a distinct possibility that that could happen. I don't know if they're the primary debtor. I forget who gave him the money for Twitter. Time to load up on FSRN. Ew. Aren't they like insolvent? I mean, I know they make a like kind of cool looking car, but I'm pretty sure that they're insolvent. Tomorrow's Powell's Jackson Hole 2.0. Maybe. Is this the maximum effort from the Bulls? No, no. There's not a lot of effort from the Bulls at all here. There's also an obscene amount of puts on the chain. So we got quite a lot of breaking up to do in order to gain any ground. We're still well below gamma neutral. Gamma neutral, I believe, at 52.22 today on the weekly. Did mid caps get wrecked for a particular reason? Everything dumped. Mid caps are just going to be part of that. Get loans from Morgan Stanley, Bank of America, Barclays, MUFG, BNP Paribas, Mizu, and Society Generale. It's like a crackhead raiding the payday loan office. Are all dips bullish in terms of daily V, weekly GN? So runs have the potential to get a lot of continuation. Where is that level? 5,200 is 52, 51, 25. Do you think this is the start of a pullback? It could be, yeah. This morning we got the closest to the monthly GN that we've been in the last 6 months. Chance we reject off 5,200 for a put entry. That's possible. Yeah, there's quite a lot of puts at 52, 5205, 5210. They'll need to push pretty hard to get this back above 5,200. Yeah, I would say right now the chance of that squeezing off is pretty low, but we could move up as high as 5210. I bet you weren't expecting the drop this morning. I know I wasn't. I mean, I knew that the most bearish outcome to the JOLTS data would be if it was relatively flat. Strong enough to cast doubt, but not so strong that it was actually bullish. I didn't care. I mean, I was just straddled. I didn't have any other position last night. Did we drop before JOLTS? No shit. That I did not know. I was in an Uber. Son of a bitch. Hold on. $8.55. We started dumping before even Redbook. We dumped a lot with Redbook. We dumped a little bit with JOLTS. That's a bit strange. I thought we dropped with the JOLTS data. What's strange is, where were you? I was in Long Island. I had to meet with this like guy who does pool concrete. He's gonna fix the shrimp farm. Get it nice. Weird dude too. Instead of giving me references, he drove me to go look at two pools that he did the concrete in 20 years ago. He was like, "Get in the truck." I was like, "I have shit to do." Oh, there's bodies in the concrete, sir. He kept telling me about his grandfather's laying tile in Rome. I was like, "What the fuck are you on about?" We're gonna break ground for my pool in July. What are you gonna? Who's gonna clear out all the garbage? J-Bone, welcome to Zillionaire, man. Thank you so much. Hit me up on the Discord. I'll get you added to the country club after the stream, man. All right, so we did get a breakdown off of that. That might get a little bit of continuation. Oh shit! 1 second. I've been around too much in the past couple of weeks, but once again, I want to thank you for your edutainment and everything you do. Love you, Dad. Thanks, Jeff. What have you been up to, man? Someone's been in quite a position on June 20 run around 5240, 5250 level. 5240, 5250. For June. Okay. Let's see. We're going to start to slip back into the put interest here. Spring break for the kids, 2 weeks. Having to juggle them out of school. I have to be a good dad or something. Trading stocks can't. Trading stocks all day can only be your job. Well, I'm glad to see you around, man. I guess I'll see you when spring break's over. 20K contracts on both sides. Interesting. Could be another synth short. Still trying to figure out what perpetuated the drop this morning. We were super stable going into last night. I thought it was the data. It's pretty clear that I went long. You've said a lot of things about being bullish, and you were making fun of people with puts, which is bull mistake number one, right? It's the hubris that kills you. I'm sorry to hear that, though. Meanwhile, BYD down 43% in sales, but still better than Tesla, right? Bot is questionable. Son of a bitch. How low can Tesla go? Lower? A lot lower? On the options chain, let's see, the furthest it's probably gonna go down, I think, is like 136. It probably can't go much below that. No, not today. It's not gonna go down to 136 today. That would take quite some time. I just vol explode right after I get closed out of my Vega positions. It's generally how it goes. Continuation, maybe. Um, 40 might be resistance. Let's see. $42. Alright. Is this just gonna chop all day? We just dropped like $10. I mean, are we gonna trade in a $10 range all day? We could end up stuck between like 80, 50, 200 for a pretty big chunk of the day. It's possible. Um Bears do have momentum on their side this time though, and we're below gamma neutral now, at least on the weekly, which makes a pretty big difference when considering the range of downside moves, right? They have far less support. All right, a little stability here after that drop. I was looking for a reversal. Slightly higher low. Let's see. Maybe I'll buy 45. Ooh. 3. Fix is coming down a little. Calls are pretty cheap. Let's see. Yeah, but we got rejected. Let's see. Looks like a little bit of a reversal on the 1 minute. ES found support at 52.43. Yeah, we're starting to form a bit of a bear flag out on the like 15-minute. Oh, did I fucking not sell the right number of contracts? Son of a bitch. Futures is weird. Ah, it's not that weird. Did I only fill on one of those? Oh, no, okay. Filled on both. Mm, hmm. What's NQ doing? Not so hot. Really? Someone's selling the calls pretty heavily. Yeah, it's gonna fail, I think. Wow, that was rough. Bulls aren't Bulls aren't really getting any ground here. What's with the wicks on TradingView yesterday and today? There's been a candle that wicks to the top of the range. I have no idea. You might be missing data. Excited to see if B of A pulls the plug on BNED or if we moon. Yeah, it's gonna be kind of interesting. I don't think the banks want to give up the value in the contracts, right? Probably give them more money. Morning, Greg. It was a great morning to be straddled, but did you even sleep last night? No, not really. Engineering a correction. This looks pretty bearish. Well, they're selling a lot of the calls, um, which is crushing the premiums. So yeah, kind of bearish. But I don't think the bulls are done trying to dig themselves out of this hole yet. And don't forget that on upside moves, the market maker is buying, right? So it's just below gamma neutral is just increased vol or realized vol. No, both. I pay for NYSE data. Okay. Do you have the NASDAQ one? SIBO, CME? The wick to 5204? Oh, it might be what he's talking about. I don't know. I don't see. When I see one yesterday, like on the 5 minute, there's a weird wick on SPX that goes up to like 5263. But I don't have any like weird wicks today. Yo, quick, feeling sick, so might not make it through today. Based on your analysis regarding Apple, if holding some calls for 419 out of the money, would it be best to average down today and later in the week, or should I plan to roll the position? Apple looks like garbage. I'm not sure why you're long on it, but I I don't know what strike are they for? Are you above DN? DN's at like 160 something. Hold on, let me double check what it's at. I don't want to tell you the wrong number. DN's at 168. Do another failure. Lower high too. Interesting. I could take this off the 15-minute. It doesn't have to be that boring, right? I still have to figure out how to do bracket orders on this. Any downside to running stainless steel pans in the dishwasher? No. I mean, it's gonna. You have abrasives and dishwashing detergent that's gonna etch them a little bit. So, but I mean, if you can get like a layer of oil down before you start cooking, like hot pan, cold oil, right? So you get the pan like kind of nice and hot, and then put down a little layer of oil. And you shouldn't get anything that sticks to it. But if it gets too abraded, like if you run it through the dishwasher too much, it's gonna fuck with its like non-stick properties. $180s? Oh yeah, you're fucked. Why so bullish on Apple? And even if it gets back above 168, Apple's usually not a very quick mover. Now that I'm a billionaire, how do I access Pickles Picks? So on the left-hand side of the Discord, if your YouTube account's all linked up, which I assume you've done, you should see an additional set of channels called Billionaires Country Club. And the announcements channel in there is Pickles Picks, and it'll have a thread for each week. And I update that every night. How did you read Gherk's Apple analysis and buy calls? People have their own opinions, right? You can't expect everyone to just do what I'm doing. That's not the way the market works. Okay, I like that a little better. They've really slowed down this, like, scrolling on this so much. Okay, let's see. That's not looking particularly strong. It's starting to cross over a little bit. Yeah, it looks pretty weak too. There's a small chance that bulls lose what little support they have here if we start slipping again. Let's see. 90, 85, 80. And then support is at 75 to the downside. Oh, but there's a shitload of puts at 70 too. I don't like the consolidation, but this is, I mean, this is a descending triangle, right? So generally these are bullish, but if they break down, they're very bearish. Maybe I'll fuck with this. Let's see. Cash. Put 80. 5. So the fuck? Why is that showing up? Okay, that's weird. Ori. Thanks, Greg. Any thoughts on Hum? Ooh, maybe. Let me take a look at it in a second. Bithead, thank you so much, dude. Welcome everybody to Cornishon. Give a shout out to Bithead for hooking you up. How you been, man? Remember the stream where you guys were talking about 1 to 2 days of downs, blowing up all the other positions? Are we getting close to that? Kind of, yeah. I don't know what the fuck is going on with this. Just tuning in. Why is the market so red today? Bears. I have a put on SPX right now. Although I'm worried that the momentum here is going to dry up. We'll see. Pretty small tolerance for stop here. 420. Oh, that's not right. Why does that keep reverting? Alright, so what? Sell here. Sell there. Buy there. Or buy here. Lower. Okay. How many continuous days of beyond reg show before GME? Continuous day reg show for beyond. Starting to get reminiscent of GME reg show late 2020. I think last time it was on for like almost 40 days. So it's, and we're getting pretty close to the ETF FTD period too, right? Okay, we got a bounce. Mm, 5190s. Pretty decent resistance, but if we can clear this, should be a straight shot to retest 5200. So Jolts did in fact turn out to be your most bearish scenario, right? Yeah. In line but hot. 8.75 versus 8.74. How many continuous days of reg share for beyond now? I want to experiment with 0DT, SCX, XSP credit spreads for weekly income. They're very dangerous. Call spread for bear day. What happens with a 0DT and expiry? They cancel each other out if both out of the money, right? They cash settle. So yeah, I mean, if your bought call is out of the money or your sold call is out of the money, they both expire worthless. You could just get the total credit received, and that's it. All right, we broke up through 190 there a little bit. Do I have a take profit on the futures? Yes. I'm gonna move my stop up though. Lock-in commissions. There we go. When do ETF FTDs ramp up? End of this week into the beginning of next. Which ETFs are they coming from? For beyond IWM, IWN, I believe. Stop hunt or bouncing? This looks like a continuation of the bullish push. Like we broke 51.90, which is a big deal, but we need to break this like 192.50 level in order to really get away from the pull of those puts. But we'll see. It looks fairly stable for now. Ooh, rejected. Puts capitulate SPX 5300 end of day. No. we would need more, probably more than just the puts at the money capitulating. Losing 52 is kind of a big deal. And this may fail to even break free of 5190 right now. It's running into a lot of resistance here. Bears are selling the 5200 call, which is making it hard for bulls to push the upside. Can you explain, like on 5, the importance of the BOJ rate raise and its impact on the carry trade and American equities? Yeah, sure. So right now, the effect has been that participants have had to buy a lot more JGBs. That's kind of been driving the yen down, which inherently drives the dollar higher. And the effect of that is going to be like tightening credit spreads on the US side. Obviously they haven't really raised to a positive rate yet, but they are assumed that they're going to in their April meeting. And when they do move to a positive rate, that is going to reduce the total amount of leverage available in the trade substantially. By putting positive pressure on the yen, that's going to narrow the spread between the yen and the dollar. And then as that spread narrows, you get tighter and tighter credit conditions in the US side, which reduces total margin, and there's less margin available in the system. You're gonna see less positive pressure on equities. Equities are a risk asset. Risk assets are usually the first thing to get sold off in a situation where leverage is becoming reduced, either through regulation or through market action. Kind of like a really big haircut. We're all child geniuses at the age of 5, like you. What? I got a pretty big haircut this weekend because it's starting to get warmer. Nice, Dave. Lake Placid Gherk. Anyone buy puts on DJT? They were overpriced. A little bit of volume on this. You get detention for being this late, young man. I had shit to do. All puts are overpriced right now, despite VIX near lows, except today's 10% Hulk. VIX is at like 15. It's not that low. You get sniped out of your SPX puts. I made $30. If you have a moment, do you mind speaking on the Beyond situation? I did the other night. It's still on Reg Show. That's good. Fucking bulls. Yeah. Mix is getting rugged. It's not that bad. It's still at like 15. Well, almost. Oh, I didn't talk about Hum. Delta's been picking up on it a little bit. It's still, I think it just moved above GN yesterday. DN's at 360. So it might be kind of kicking off a little bit of a recovery. Calls have been building up on it. And I think dealer Delta's just turning positive. So it doesn't look too bad. Gamma Max has gotten far closer to the money there. It's around like 380. It's also a pretty slow mover. It's not going to have the volatility that it had like the last time we played it. Uh, there might be decent a decent like longer, maybe 30-45 day like at the money call entry there for a test of for at least a test of DN at 61. Endeavor Group Holdings on Tuesday will be taken private by Silver Lake in an equity deal of 13 billion. Okay. We covered Beyond in yesterday's end of day stream. I gotta check it out. Yeah, okay. I mean, there's just not much to say about it. It either stays on Reg Show and we get a run with ETF FTDs, or we don't. Asking about it every day is not going to change the situation. If you don't have enough theta, get more or get out. The Bulls are trying to push another test of 5,200. Whether we get that or not is a whole nother story. And we could still reject on a test of 5,200. That's the largest pile of puts. So calls are still being sold pretty aggressively. That doesn't seem to be changing much. I will say that we're not getting a lot of put accumulation on the move up here, which is something. But breakouts can be violent. Remember, we are below GN, so the market maker is buying on the long side, selling on the short side, right? So price down is more aggressive, price up also more aggressive. Calls being sold only to be squeezed out. That very well could be true. We could also just fail at 95. As far as momentum goes, it's pretty mid. I mean, this is a local top, but we could pump higher from here if we get call buying. Might start to get a little bit of a pullback. I don't think it's going to be very significant, though. And then this could bounce at 90. Check DMs. What do you got, turd? Nice. Yeah, that third one looks kind of interesting, by the way. I've been biding my time. A bunch of people have been all over it in the past and they've not made any money, but It's kind of topping out. Lower high. Not quite bearish yet. Getting a little bit more. That's looking kind of shitty. Do we have a fucking double gap again? We do. We have a double gap at like 52 to 52.10. This market's such a piece of shit. Big push for 5,200. No, not back to bullish yet. We'll see. If we break 5,200, it's a lot more bullish. It's a decent reversal now. Could just be a triple top. Something to consider. Win 5,200? If we break 50 or 5,220, if we break 5,220, I think it's reasonable for us to test like 5,210. 5,220 is a bit more of a stretch, but depends on momentum and how much volume we get. There'll be capitulation on that breakout. If we break 5,200. I want VIX back in the 13s. I want it lower than that. Half the puts on the chain they sold below VIX 13. I mean, you can sell the 5,200 call, but it's a risk, right? What's the internal temp of a cured ham supposed to be? I don't know, what is it, like 165 or something? It's pork. 145? Okay. That's the old days talking. Nah, it's 145. Oh, that's fresh ham. A pre-cooked ham, 140. A fresh ham, 160. Ooh. Support. Right. Still getting a lot of call selling into the upside. We'll see. Maybe we squeeze them out. We've got some volume on this. A little bit. The upside resistance on ES here. We're kind of above it. Resistance is a 42, 47.50. Or 52, 47.50. And then the next one is 52.68. Was there negative data? Should I be scared? I mean, the labor market's still pretty strong. That's kind of about it. Consumers are spending a lot again. Anybody got some advice on how to fix Discord audio? If I delete the app and re-download it, I can hear him talk for half a second before it cuts out. Maybe check your audio settings. I have no idea why it would cut out. Could be the server. Like a lot of Discord audio quality is based on your connection. So if you don't have like really good internet connection wherever you're at, or fast internet connection, that could fuck with it. There might be a way to like lower the audio quality for like a lower bandwidth connection. I'm not sure though. Seems like a lot of you are having the same problem. It might just be Discord servers. Looks like, yeah, I don't think I have any. I don't think I have any upload issues right now. What do you think of ARM? Looks distributive before a big dump. Thinking a fail of 110, 117, sees a free fall on the longer time frame. It does. Let me look at its options chain though. Oh, do I not have ARM? I've got to have it somewhere. Hold on. Gamma neutral's 123.19. So it's not quite below that. Well, it seems to be right about where support is at that 122 level. Yeah, probably short at a break of 122, 123, and then add at a break of 115. 117. I don't disagree with your I don't disagree with that too much. Let me check one other thing here though. Yeah, I mean, call delta's falling off. IV's starting to crush a little bit. Not a ton, but a little bit. GN hasn't moved a lot, but delta neutral has gotten closer to the money, which is usually pretty indicative of something getting ready to move. Gamma's still positive though, which means it could be like kind of bouncy. So watch out for that. It might drop and then bounce again really fast. Was there TUP news? Yeah. They're fucking. It's highly questionable whether they can continue as a going concern. If AI gets bearish, it's gonna dump. I mean, if you have enough time, sure. Yeah. Most most of the market's gonna dump if AI gets bearish. What's up with the new WeBull format you're using? Just fucking around with minis. I'm really trying to press the upside on this too. I think that's starting to look kind of good on longer time frames. Bulls might get their bounce. If I had to say a reasonable expectation would be like I don't know, bounce back to 52.10, maybe 52, maybe back to GN. We need a lot of put capitulation, but that's gonna happen if we break 5200. The put position starts to get, like the 0 DT put position starts to get a lot weaker, and we're start to push into those sold calls. Reddit looks like a wild ride. Probably. Has AI made money for Nvidia? Wow, some money for Nvidia. Tesla looking to get back over 170. Um, no, Tesla doesn't look particularly good right now. I closed my short on it, but might be some profit taking, which looks mostly like what this is. I would probably start to look to re-enter after the profit taking kind of winds down. That might take a day or two though. Tesla's options chain doesn't shift as fast as it used to. I'll dip some of GN, but the risk of bouncing while below GN has increased as well for other reasons. Yeah, so when you're below GN, the upside is bought, right? But the downside is sold. So the market maker is buying strength, selling weakness. This increases volatility. So the chances, like the probability of a continuation in a drop, are much higher once you're below GN. But the market maker is not just dumping onto the market. Once you're below DN, that changes. So when you get below delta neutral, the market maker is a net seller. And then, further down from that, charm starts to turn negative, and then, the market maker is a net seller on all time frames, right? In all scenarios. Even further below that, you start to get into like the market maker begins buying long vol, and that's where things get really, really fucking ugly. Yeah, so I mean being below GN is bearish, right? Because volatility is inversely correlated with positive price action, right? And so and being below GN inherently increases volatility, both realized and implied. Volume picks up a lot below gamma neutral. And we're not in this. Volatility hasn't picked up enough for us to start strangling shit yet. Hmm. That failure is kind of rough. Hmm. I have no orders. Are they running out of pump juice? Maybe. Yeah. That was a big push to fill the breakout. We'll see though. Things are still mixed. I don't like that rejection. I'm not gonna lie. It's through test slightly higher and higher. Well, I mean, we could bear flag all day, right? Which is a distinct possibility here below 5,200. But um, we are below gamma neutral, so the chances of failure are higher on a bear flag than they are if we were above GN. Because remember, those sell-offs to retest the low side of the trend are accelerated by the market maker now versus the market maker buying into them, right? So above GN. Oh, why is this not working? Fantastic. Oh, you piece of shit. Hold on. Oh. Plains All-American Pipeline. Why would I look at that? No, I haven't. Was it because I was talking to a pipe layer this morning? Well, tomorrow morning. Alright, so let me get into this explanation. Oh my god. What the fuck? Does that work? Why did none of these fucking... You know what? I'm just gonna close this and reopen it. Epic Pen's being a piece of shit again. I got it working for like 9 months, and now it's just being a fucking cunt. Okay, so that works, but just not if I have any fucking windows open. Awesome. What a piece of shit. There we go. All right, so above GN, when you drop and you get a bear flag, the market maker is buying all of these downside moves, right? So all of these dips, as they're dropping, the market maker is buying into them, but they're also selling the upside. So what you end up getting is, you end up getting a lot of strength on the support levels, but you get very, very slow price improvement out of the bear flag, right? And this tends to lead to these breaking up because they do just have so much downside support, right? Calls stay pretty cheap throughout this entire period because realized vol is really low. And this allows for the accumulation of out of the money calls. And so when you do finally reach the level at which those out of the money calls start getting a bunch of delta, price rockets up, right? Whoosh. Below GN, the market maker is buying the upside, selling the downside, right? So you start to get much wider range, higher volatility, and calls remain expensive because volatility is going up, right? And so that means that the chances of this failing are increased. Because when it gets to this point, there's fewer calls, right? And if it rejects, the market maker immediately starts selling into the downside. This has nothing to do with the fucking carry trade, dirty little toe beans. You fucking son of a bitch. They're both impactful in their own right, right? Obviously gamma on the SPXW is far higher than most of the time than it is on the monthly contract. Right, the monthly contract expires April 19th. There's not a lot of gamma on any of those contracts because they're not very close to expiry, right? They have much more delta. And so gamma is more impactful in the short term. How high for the VIX to be before you consider Strangles? Above 16, stably above 16. And that's, I mean, Strangle's there also because you're kind of forced to do them. Straddles become way too expensive. But also, your implied move via the is significant, starts to move up. Our implied move right now is like has been between like 0.6 and 0.7 most days, which is very, very, very low. um, at VIX 16, the implied move for the SPX is what the fuck did I do? Oh, there we go. Oh, okay. I haven't sold anything yet because we haven't failed. VIX 16, the implied move should be around like 1% or 100 BPS, which is 30 more than what the market maker is currently pricing in every day. And that means that you can start to take a little more. You can start to enter positions with a little more range in between the two strikes. Because like an at the money straddle the following day needs a move between, like, depending on the price, between 30 and 50 BPS to hit its break even in the early part of the day. But, a strangle needs a move of like 50 to 80 BPS. That's like five wide. And then, 10 wide needs even more, and so on. What's GN right now? GN on the weekly is at 52.22. No, consistent revenue growth past 3 years, annual growth rate 6.1%. That's not very good. Total asset 34.7, total liability 21.8, up 42%, 52 week, 6.3% dividend. US oil industry is booming. Leaps are super cheap. Okay, I mean it might be. I, I'm not a I'm not a big fan of their growth rate. Is that their compounded annual growth rate? Or oh, it's the last 3 years. That's not great. I feel like that's behind the rest of the industry, or like the rest of the sector. But it's already up 42%. Like, how much more do you expect to get out of it? What about comparables? Have you looked at PEs across its competitors? Where do you see the MM's implied move? You take the price of the at the money call, the at the money put, and multiply them by 85%. You divide the result by the stock's current price, and then translate that into a percentage. Put call volume ratio 0.01. That's just healthy. How often do your hedges just expire worthless? I mean, frequently, right? That's the more correct you are, the more often your hedges suck. But you can do things to mitigate some of the risk there. Can you make that formula into a spreadsheet for me? Excuse you? This failure have momentum? Yes. Yes, it does. Greg Pullipotamus, welcome back. Hey, you mother ruggers. What's the SPX level that whatever neutral it's called that we need to smash below to make every bull cry? Rugs and kisses, moi. I mean, if you really want to see the bulls cry, you probably want us to fall below like 49.70, where the long puts are on the collar. That shit gets ugly. Oh, you little bitch. Stealing my commissions. You know, like make a spot for me to put the contract prices, but then put the current underlying price. Bam, implied move spits out. I'm not doing Excel for you. Why is Dixie crashing? What happened to the strength of the dollar? Dixie is not crashing. It's down 20 cents from where it was this morning. It looks like EU and pound mostly, like the euro and the pound, putting some downward pressure on it. British housing prices dropped a little bit. Little bump in manufacturing in Germany. Little bump in EU manufacturing PMIs. Consumer credit in England or Britain is easing a bit. Their mortgage lending's going up, and their manufacturing PMIs are improving. Also, German inflation was down. So all of those have a little bit of effect. Factory orders weren't really strong this morning either. Frac spread arbitrage hugely benefits PAA. Okay. One of my friends is a geologist, so he tried to explain this to me. But I'm going to do a terrible job of it to you. DMGMGNVN emailed to me every morning for every stock in the market. Well, not every stock has those values, but interesting. USD lost the most to AUD today as of Jolts. How do we go long kangaroo meat? It's very lean. Think a retest of the low is possible yet today? I mean, if we get another failure here, yeah. That's a big old fucking head and shoulders. There's a ton of bullish points for PAA, and I can't type it all out. I mean, their earnings are okay. Their payout ratio on their dividends a little bit too high. I would say that could hinder their growth pretty substantially. Their balance sheet is all right. It's not phenomenal. They're probably trading at a slightly lower PE multiple than their competitors, but that might also just be because their payout ratio is so high. Free cash flows are decent, but they fluctuate pretty wildly, so there's some volatility risk there. I don't really want to dive into this very much. I'm not super interested in oil and gas pipelines. Yeah, 2019, 2020 were pretty rough for them. I mean, I think they're going to continue to probably get tailwinds, but I don't know if they're going to be the biggest gainer in the sector. I really don't like their payout ratio. I'm not going to dig a lot deeper into them. I'm sure there's things that you know about them that I don't, but just from a brief glance of their financials, that seems to be an issue, and it's weighing on their margins. No problem. You know what? I gotta say, today's gap down and the fact that it came out before the data is so fucking bearish. um, like bears this morning just did what bulls have been doing for months, right? Which is they gapped over all the resistance. Like there was a shitload of resistance at the 5200 strike. I think the correct answer for today was puts overnight and just sold puts shortly after open. Trading in hindsight always makes you look like a genius, C-Mill. I don't know. I was straddled last night. It worked out pretty well. Calls at open didn't perform all that great. They were all right, but grindy, super grindy. You lost like if you bought out of the money calls, you lost a lot of fucking theta before they printed. If you looked at the IW, also vol was spiked, right? So yeah, but sold puts would have been good. Risky though because we didn't test the resistance. Like I never would have sold puts this morning. We bounced like $5 higher than resistance. Have you looked at IWM? Yeah, I'm aware. It's down like 2.3% today. I may or may not have some positions, like longer dated straddles on IWM. Well, I guess it's not really a straddle anymore. It was a straddle. I think the correct answer for today was buying NVIDIA 5 years ago. Actually, no. The correct answer was buying NVIDIA in the end of 2022. 5175, end of day. Mark my worthless words. Maybe. That's where support is to the downside, so you might not be wrong. X is looking spicy. It failed the test at risk. I'm glad I wasn't around this morning. I definitely would have gotten baited into buying puts at 40. I think I'm gonna wait for a breakdown of 39.33 before entering though. X is interesting. There's a lot more to that play that's kind of spicy, but 51.90. $52.42. This looks really distributive. Unless we lose 51.90. Well, 51.92 over the next few minutes. This may bounce and retest the 5200 before failing, before like actually failing. So watch, yeah, just watch like this right here. Son of a bitch. Watch that. If we fail that, really bearish. If we find support here, though, above it, probably bounce back up one more time. It's going to be wild when the 10-year hits 4.8 and the Fed has an emergency cut. I'm not sure that the Fed emergency cutting with the 10-year at 4.8 is going to fucking save the banks. That'll probably just spike the 10-year even higher. Are you going to end up winning that Tesla to 100 before 300 you made a while back with that Tesla bull? Probably. I sold some AMD puts this morning. I saw how well it was holding up after the initial drop. I think I'm about to close them for $2 in Delta since then. Nice. Dang, X baited me. Yeah, it was a bounce. So X is, I mean, the play on X is a breakdown of the bullish positioning, right? So Sunday, going into Monday, there were plenty of bulls. They were pushing up on it. But what I'm trying to play on it is that those positions are going to break down and it's going to fail. I think the next few weeks are going to highlight a lot more fear surrounding that merger. There's a very good chance I think it could fail. For buyout. Well, we're a far cry from the GME battle for 180. Yeah, we are. I mean, I'm not. I don't own GME anymore, but if you still do, then yes. Oh, nice. Bear things. Keep jumping. Bear trap. Fancy. Bear trap, bull trap. Does BNet have any possible reason to run during ETF FTDs? I don't think it's got a lot of ETF exposure, but it might a little bit. I hodled Jimmy forever, but just in my heart, not in my port. You'd have to be regarded to keep holding it in the port. I'm really sorry you have to spend every market open on Long Island forever. It's just today and tomorrow. One second. All right. Donde está el Gherkin? Bull's too weak. Yeah, this sucks. Well, they got their support, so we should still be able to test 5,200 off this bounce. Excuse me. Annoying, but there it is. Found the support rather violently, too. Yeah, still trading just above resistance. I don't know. We'll see. This is shaky. We're back above 95 though. It's a stronger position for the bulls. I love bear flagging literally all day. Yeah. It's the best, dork. What do we have tomorrow? We have a bunch of shit tomorrow, right? We have ISM PMIs. ADP is not going to be very important. ISM PMI is going to be really important. And then Powell speaks at 12:10. I might be back for that. I might not. When market fun again? When vol goes up more. We're still not outside of the range of the influence of the bulls. IWM destroyed. Yeah, IWM's getting its ass kicked in, but it's still actually in a decent position above, as long as it's above 200. Scalping's still good with chop. Yeah, it's okay. You can play the like $5-10 range. Fall's getting pushed down again. Why does that keep flipping back to fucking GMA? If Powell speaks, we're gonna rip. Maybe. Depends what he speaks on. I mean, we don't even know the context of the speech yet. Yeah. All right. QQQ NQ is lagging. It's not as strong. This is another failed test of 5200 too. This is way too zoomed in. I don't think they'll get that support at 92 again if we fail this bounce. So this is pretty important. Third time's the charm. Let's see how that's looking. Weaker. JPass? Yeah, I know JPass speaks tomorrow. It's a trap, isn't it? This? Yeah, but which way? If they get 5,200, how high can this go? 52.10 to 20? Touching anything on Reddit with option selling is probably a bad idea. Why are you going to be on Long Island? Tomorrow I have to meet with a pipe layer. A professional pipe layer. Not a gigolo. Like a man who lays pipes. I don't have time to do the work myself, Bob. Why are you doing piping work in Long Island? Nat gas? If you put on that perfume and wear your best short skirt, he might give you a discount. Maybe. Wish the utility company would give a discount. I'm confused why you need natural gas in a different place than you live, because I don't ever want to buy heating oil again. My neighbors have it. I just don't. So it's only going, I only have to run it like 20, I think it's like 20 feet from the road, and then I have to run it 50 feet into the property. Maybe windmill. Wait, you own a house in Long Island? Yeah. Yeah, they don't do it for free. They have fixed rates. Why did you buy a house? You hate real estate. Well, I didn't so much buy it as I ended up with it. If you wouldn't mind, could you give that rug a little tug? That rug might turn into a might turn into a rip. Why not just steal the neighbors like Wi-Fi? Harder to do. The distance, I actually think the distance between my house and the neighbor's house is further. Utilities take care of at least some of the distance. Some do. Welcome to Cornishon, Rug Pilopotamus. Was this from that guy that you loaned cash to way back when? Yep. I heard someone wanted to give me a little tug. Yes. Yeah, you did. You heard correctly. Did his wife find out? Yes. Oh yeah. Almost immediately. You loaned someone cash and got house as collateral? I demanded that he use something as collateral. He chose the house. I mean, I'm still friends with him, but I talk to him about as often as I used to, which is like once every 3 months. He's got a severe gambling problem. Fortunately, his available assets at any given time are limited, and his wife is also rich. No, I didn't rail his wife recently. I think Popcorn Trader might have hit his head again. Is he the rich version of Farmville? Huh. Yes, he is the one with the devil child. He did send me bagels. After he lost the house. I mean, I didn't sell it because of cap gains. But I'm going to do some work on it over the next couple of months and try to toss it in the summer. Hopefully there's still a real estate market by then. I told you to fill the bagels with donut holes and send them back, but no. It didn't make any sense. It still doesn't make any sense. Would you sell it to him if he wanted to buy it back? Yeah, I already offered that. He said he wasn't liquid right now. Have you considered giving away the home to a random pigeon whale? Are you trying to run away from your child already? You lack a creative mind. I'm going to Chihuahua, Mexico for work. Any suggestions? Try, I don't know, try some of the tacos or something. Oh, this is gonna be a whole fucking day of this shit, isn't it? Hold on. Topcorn Prater, will you be having shadows fall over your body in sync with the solar eclipse next week? That would be neato and sultry. Maybe I could. Are we trying to live stream the solar eclipse? Actively considering it. The story sounds a lot like Happy Gilmore, except the inverse version where you're Shooter McGavin and you took Grandma's house from Happy. His grandma's dead. She's been dead for like 15 years. He got that fucking house when we were still in college. Along with like 4 other houses. I want to stare directly at it through your computer. Are they grinding up for the rest of the day? Like I said before, if they're not able to get the breakout here, it's going to be pretty bad for them. Bears are still selling the 5,200. They don't seem to give a shit. That does leave them open to getting squeezed out, but so far that hasn't happened. I didn't kill his grandma. Jesus Christ. How many grandmas did this guy have? I'm going to assume 4. 2? I don't know. How many grandmas does someone usually have? I think she was his great-grandma. So he had at least had 3 grandparents. Or 3 grandmas. She gave him a house. Sounds pretty great. Well, that's just the way old money does things. If you're gonna abandon us, be late again tomorrow, can you at a bare minimum, on top of everything else you do for us, post what color shirt you have on so we can prepare for the action? You know, I did put this shirt on at 6 a.m. I'm a child of divorce. I have like 8. That's a lot. Do they all love you? Or is it like mixed? You know when people impersonate me, it makes me realize that I come off kind of regarded. My grandma left me 6 Precious Moments figures. Nice. 8, child of divorce or child of OnlyFans mom. Ah, man, that must be the worst. Imagine growing up and your mom's an OnlyFans model. No, they all love me because I fix things for them and hang pictures. Smart. 8 inheritances. Well done. It is. I hate it when I'm whacking off and I accidentally land on my mom's page. OnlyFans be bringing in the bucks, though. No, it's not. So they're like 99.5% of OnlyFans models make less than like $100 a month. My grandma gave me a book with a quarter from each state. We aren't the same. Hashtag old money. My grandma left me a bowl of Andes mints and a flat bottle of caffeine-free Diet Coke. A crystal vase that my aunt broke when she shipped it to me. Perfect. accidentally. Imagine growing up and all 8 grandparents are OnlyFans models. That's fucking traumatizing. That's the next generation, though. We don't have to worry about that yet. We'll be dead by then. My grandma left me a 100-year-old weird stuffed 3-foot tall Santa Claus thing. Nice. What do you do with it? Some of those babies being born right now to OnlyFans models, teenage children, only grandmas, only gilfs. Wow, I mean, the G part's right. The ILF is questionable. Did you hear about the kid that records his mom's OnlyFans content? No. Watching 5200 is giving me a panic attack. I'm going to whack off to my only grands. I know lately you've bought a lot more put a theta for the put side of your straddles. Do you have thresholds where we've moved up enough over time where you add shorter dated puts while holding the OGs? Generally, yeah. I mean, I usually keep those open until expiration. I do sell puts against them though. So like, if I've sold, I actually had 5200s from last week that went in the money today. But like I had 5200s for April 19, right? And then, as we moved up, my straddles moved up, but I just kept buying the 19th expiry on all of them, right? And I would close the call side, leave the put side open. And then what I would do is I would just sell puts against these while we were going up, 0 DTEs to create spreads. And that kind of takes a little bit of the pain off if we keep moving up, right? Generally speaking, though, in those situations, you move far enough that the puts are already paid for, so them going back in the money is just like a big bonus. Only bans for everyone taking this too far. My buddy's girl is one of those webcam sites, but she has it set so people in her state can't view it without a VPN. She's NYC 3 and makes over 100K a year. All right. It's not hard to be successful OnlyFans model though. Step 1, be a school teacher. Step 2, get fired. Step 3, call the New York Times. My grandfather left me some CERN puts he picked up during the war. Greg, I'm tired of these motherfucking bear flags inside my motherfucking bear flag. Step 4, go on red pill podcasts. Oh, is that a thing? We never did get OnlyFans models on here. That was supposed to be, that was going to be the next evolution of Pickle Financial. Was I was going to mentor OnlyFans models into fluent traders. The entertainment would have been top notch. Also boobs. I'm an OnlyFans model. Yeah. I've seen it. Whoa, whoa, whoa. End the stream. How does today's price action influence your outlook for ranges Wednesday through Friday? I mean, this is pretty bearish. Especially if we close below 5,200. Why not a fund that's strictly for successful OnlyFans models? Lots of free capital out there. That's just a fund. It doesn't have to. I mean, you could push your sales team towards OnlyFans models, but ultimately, hmm. Clients that have no idea what's going on sounds nice. I mean, they must know something about making money. I assume that the top OnlyFans models are making more than you, Richie. These are financially savvy women. Only funds for OnlyFans made by OnlyDans. Only pans cooking stream, please. So there's no food, there's just pans. What am I cooking? Other pans? Flan? only only pans already exist. The girl's super cute, but cooks with too much avocado. Gold coming for 2,300. Gold's kicking ass. How much time do I have on my gold calls? I have like GLD positions, but I bought some. Holy shit, I have till June. That's all the time in the world for currencies to collapse. Hmm. Maybe I should fuck around and try to see how I can add ESM over here. Well, we got some downtime. There we go. Oh, the order book's too short though. Where's the fucking... I need the DOM. Hold on. What widget is this? Ladder? Oh, I guess they do have options on futures now. Where the fuck do I get the ladder widget? Is it over here? Hmm. Add widget. Add widgets. Price ladder. Boom. Okay. I think I did it. How's that? It does make the positions really awkward, though. Oh, what the fuck? Nope. Alright, there, and then... Cool. And then we need this bigger. Or just put this here. Ah. Nice. 100 bip rocket into close. That's, I feel like that's kind of possible, right? Ooh. It's so easy to get bored and overtrade. Yep. Hundred bit rocket up or 100 bit rocket down. I mean, I'm gonna be honest. I think it can go either way, depending on which side of like 5190 we end up falling on as we approach end of day. NQ doing a big old distributive breakdown. I mean, ES kind of is too. The only problem is it's still in kind of the upper range of that distribution. Time to double down on the 5180s. Risky. That's so risky. I made it known before we started the auditing that I had some personal expenses and listed them with receipts. The auditors raised a red flag for exactly what I disclosed. They are taken as distributions. It's obnoxious. The joys of M&A. Say yes, because I have 150 puts for June. On what? Downward rocket? Tesla? Oh, Tesla 150 by June. That could happen. I mean, things aren't really getting better for them. You do have an earnings in that period, though, which is presents some risk. Does ETF netting show volume in the underlying? Nope. Most of it's cash settled anyway. There's no volume. At least not through the netting. What's the difference between ES and micro mini? They're just a smaller contract size, less leverage. What's the multiplier? It's like 50 to 5, I think. Are we in purgatory here? This is just our new life. Down overnight, bear flag every day. I don't think there's any really good argument to trading ES unless, yeah, 50 to 5, 10 to 1. It's 10x. There is a slight difference because on MES you're paying more for commissions. So you can't just buy like 10 MES and exactly replicate the returns of one ES. But you shouldn't be trading ES unless you have, $25,000 in your account. Now, I'm gonna do that, but don't do the things I do. Gherkin, when long TLT? I'm still short TLT. Why are you trying to get me to go long? Is anybody else still short TLT? There was some theta on that shit. Isn't it delicious? Is wheeling TLT the secret to happiness? No. That's how you get a fistula in your colon. Kirk doesn't have a mortgage to hedge. That's true. Yeah. That's on the bottom for Lulu. How long of a time frame are you thinking? Like you're just looking for like a low, like something short term or like long term bottom for Lulu? Long term? Oh, let me take a look. I would say locally 368 looks like it could be a pretty decent support. 368 to 350, that range. A failure of that could see as low as like 320. That seems extreme though. I would say right now though the downside momentum looks pretty strong, so there's a decent chance of it getting to that 360 367 level. Yeah, no problem, dude. SPX is looking kind of weak here. Starting to fail a little more. Still feel weird about that fucking test. Leaving a little gap there. Oh my god, are we gonna fail a bear flag for the first time in the history of the SPX? Impossible. Right? It would change the very definition of bear flags. It would make them bearish. Which is in defiance of Dork's chart of all technical signals breaking up. Hold my beer, pickle flag. Alright, calm down, Dork. Market maker's not longing Vana yet. I mean, they bounced it so hard back here. This level's really important. This like 190, because there's a shitload of puts at 190 and they've been selling them. So if these go in the money, they're gonna get squeezed out. Never say impossible, Gary. Just look how far the SPX came since November. Time for the little adventurer to go back home. Dude, honestly, if the market drops like 30%, I'm gonna laugh my fucking ass off. I'm gonna troll so many fucking people on Twitter. I mean, they'll disappear, delete their accounts, and start new ones, but the ones that are left. You don't believe me what, Ben? Time to buy 100k 20 bip out of the money calls. That's the real answer, right? Or just close the short calls at 5,200. Even though they're not really worth anything. Well, they haven't made much on them yet, I should say. I went long TLT here. Win down. Kept all the receipts. I'm just gonna go back and find the bulls and make fun of them. I'm gonna go into the X search on Twitter search, and I'm just gonna type in bullish statements, like the sentence the last time the S&P, and then put that in quotes. Find out anybody who used that phrase in a post, and then I'm gonna troll all of them. Kramer shambles. Don't forget if you'd bought SPY. Oh yeah, that's another good one. Where do you see Nvidia going from here? Nvidia's still in a pretty stable range around 900. I don't think it's any danger of failing too much. Slightly bearish under 900, but not very much. It really needs to lose the 850. It's like the 850 level to fall further. And if it pushes back up through 900 hard, it's going to squeeze off sold calls again. I'm glad Gherkin is going to be too busy trolling Twitter to ruin my spreads when I go long everything at the bottom. You're going to go long everything at the bottom, or we're going to trade flat. Like, listen, Dork, if we drop 30% right now, Everything's trading flat for a year. No problem, man. Where do you see Tom Lee in 4 years? Death by sex robot? I hope so. He's just gonna be killed by a fun strat investor who went long Bitcoin at 70,000. If you drop 30% this year, what's the best dividend port options? Probably shit that's fairly broad. Uh, I would limit REIT exposure until there was certainty in that market. But that's when things like SCHD and JEPI and stuff like that are really fucking attractive. Like all the like R dividend things that I make fun of for them buying at the top, those are awesome buys at the bottom. Also, your yield on cost is insane. If I go long, everything's gonna drop 30% two more times. That's just a depression. It won't matter what stocks you own at that point. But how are you gonna go long the bottom? You just put a down payment on a house. We're gonna need to get you some puts. HELOC. I miss the days when YouTube would show me a variety of ads. Now it's all Mike Gitlin and his Capital Ideas podcast. He's my only advertiser that I have left. I think YouTube really didn't like the Tuscan Raider stream card. I keep getting Harbor Freight ads. Once SVOL a good buy, once VIX is up around 30 plus, I mean, volatility is generally mean reverting, although it can stay elevated for a really long period of time, especially after a big market move. If you're too scared to buy puts, are you a putsy? Maybe. YouTube switches between Capital Ideas, the McDonald's dollar menu, and random stock pumps for me. Oh, sweet. I still have McDonald's on board? I must be doing something right. Can't wait till the end of the month and I get their 70 cents. It's been 83 years. SVX is at 420.69 and still in a bear flag. That's all this is, you know. You're actually right. If you look at the last several months of S&P price action, we're just in a big bear flag, right? It's gonna come down eventually. I will say this is the first time we've broken this trend since. Oh shit! What was it? I don't even think we broke it back here. This is the first time we've broken this trend since the pump. Today's a kind of a big deal. It's not nearly enough to confirm, but we should discuss sex chairs and fleshlights more often until it affects all of our ad streams. I don't know if Fleshlight advertises on YouTube. I mean, I get a decent amount of money from them on Twitter when I post things. But I don't have the patience or energy to drive the interaction needed to make money on Twitter. Like, you've got to be on your troll game 24/7 to make like $300 a month on that platform. It's just not worth it. It's gonna go down eventually. Clearly, you've never been married. No. All my ads are Costco and eczema creams. We're the hot young singles in my area. I don't know. Where do you live? Plus, who knows where that money's been? True. This blast point's too accurate for sand people. Only Imperial stormtroopers are so precise. Stream card. Okay, that's amazing. But we need to wait until the next Houthi attack on a large shipping container ship. I did have an idea for a stream card with a Tuscan Raider standing on top of the collapsed bridge in Baltimore, the Francis Scott Key Bridge. But I pulled it at the last second when I found out people had died. I regret that. I might regret it every day for the rest of my life. They were Baltimoreans, though. True. Because you wanted to Photoshop their bodies in it? No. Why would they let Baltimore just build a big old ramp where the bridge was? No zero DTEs on that river. That's power hour. Grown man ordering hot chocolate and a ick? Yeah, that's pretty ick. You can't get a hot chocolate as a grown man, at least not with other people around, right? Especially not if you're going to put little marshmallows in it. I really want a hot chocolate. Using the word ick is the biggest ick. Yeah. Where would the MM want this to close? Probably around 5,200. Did I see JFresh? Ah, what's up, man? What if the grown man is man is camping? Like he's camping and having a hot chocolate? I mean, I hate that person so much. How do you make a good hot chocolate while camping? You have to bring milk into the wilderness. If it's hot out, you're gonna get cheese. Have you never camped? I don't do that, no. We've been over this many times. Coolers. He's currently glamping in my yurt. Yeah, but the ice melts. I mean, how many days are you in the wilderness for? Camping is homeless adjacent. It's like people pretending to be homeless, but in a period of time, in a different period of time. Homeless cosplay? Yeah. Camping is fun. I gotta get out there. Gross. It's high tech homelessness with REI. I mean, at least they'll be prepared when they get their tech jobs rug pulled. The day they come into work and the video's like, we don't need a scrum master anymore. They'll have all the equipment for surviving on the cold, hard streets of San Francisco. People are shocked that the guy with opinions on fancy pans, coffees, and knives isn't into checks notes, cooking outside away from utilities. Camping is LARPing as bear food. I mean, you could camp where there aren't bears. They never needed a scrum master. All you need for that is a sidewalk and a functioning colon. Name one place there aren't bears. Brazil. You can't. I just did. New Zealand. That's exactly why I bought PBR. The spectacled bear's habitat distribution really is not in Brazil. Nice try. We're gonna end the week green for the 21st time in a row, and you're gonna like it, and it counts. Brazil has bears. No, they don't. I mean, maybe in a zoo or something. That doesn't count. The Andean brown bear. No, wait, look. I've got a fucking map of its habitat right here. I can't believe we have to do this with each other. Look. What part of that is in Brazil? Bear flag broke up. Shock Pikachu face. No, none of it is in Brazil. Motherfucker. Do you guys not know what a map is? Is this test even significant? I think they were just testing the top of the bear flag again. It didn't even break up. What if it fails? Oh shit, did I go long something? Oh fuck, what if it fails? This is not over. The is not over day. What? Someday I'll get a Brazilian. They're forcing me to go long here. They might be, yeah. I'm long here, apparently. You don't get bear flags on the 1 hour. Jesus Christ. Peregrino, aka Pim, is a polar bear that lives in Brazil. Okay, that's at a zoo. You're just reaching. Reaching is my specialty. I thought it was metal fabrication. Why did atheists say, oh my god, or Jesus Christ? Because they're common parts of speech. Also, there's always the off chance that taking the Lord's name in vain will piss off a Christian. So that's, bittersweet. Not what they mean by taking the Lord's name in vain, but you do you, Monster Man. It's not always just in a sense of perjuring yourself. It's open to far more interpretation than that. Swearing, okay, Mr. Pope. I went to Catholic school, all right? I'm a Catholic lawyer. No, you're not. You're a pirate lawyer. Him too. All right. I yield the remainder of my time. I'm offended by your use of the Lord's name in vain. However, I'm completely cool with adding the Constitution and Trump's name to the Bible. This is modern evangelism, evangelicalism. This one required a $5 donation and the purchase of a Trump Bible. We've got a double gap to the upside. How do we not try to fill this? From 5203 all the way up to 5243. Nothing but gap. Oh, we failed VWAP. Gross. Are the Bulls gonna get fucking destroyed here? Yeah. What the fuck? This is fucking illegal. Where the fuck is Todd? Call the desk and tell them to get their fucking shit together. It's a new world order, dork. I was just looking at MES. I'm sure ES VWAP's like probably a little lower. Kenny ran out of settled cash. If we fail 5200 with gusto, I'm gonna busto in my cresto. That was a pretty no, I'm just way too zoomed in. That was a good rejection though. Right at the top of the bear flag too. $50% are removed from 4200 to here as gaps. That's true. Yeah, I know. But they're not upside gaps. Two's really not giving a fuck about any of this action today. But what about their data breach? I got paid my dividend last night. I fucking love T right now. Or declared my dividend. I don't know. Something. I got a notification for it. I'm stoked. You bought in Jan? You should have gotten. You should have gotten one already. I guess if you bought in like mid to late Jan, then you didn't. So the data breach won't do anything to the stock. I mean, it dropped to like 17.15 and then it went right back up again. PBR hasn't issued any dividends. Well, the record date was like back in November. So if you didn't have PBR for a while now, then you wouldn't have received any. The PBR is weird. It's like the record date. And then like 3 dividends after that are all from that record date. Have they closing their 5,200 sold puts? We might be seeing a little bit of that. I think they're more worried about the ones deeper in the money than the 5,200s, right? Have you heard of funds that do drip at NAV? Yeah. That's nice. They make good compounders. Depending. Some of them do. SCHD is my only holding. Gross. Oh my god. Are we gonna fail into close? No. We just get stuck at 190, right? I don't even know what to do with this. We can't just end the day below gamma neutral. 5250 end of day, right? Or tomorrow. Something's gotta give. This is bullshit. Gamma neutral? On the weekly it's at 5222. Hmm. How do you stop this fucking thing from moving? Check DM. Oops. No. Ooh, that's sexy as fuck. Secret Brazilian bear penis. God damn it, popcorn. What DT are you looking to straddle? Probably just Friday. We're below GN, so I don't see any reason to buy a lot of theta. And I got to close out all my dead legs today, which was awesome. Congrats. Thanks. I don't expect another. I don't think we'll get a gap down tomorrow. Mostly because Powell's not speaking till noon. So things are probably going to be pretty boring, or we'll move up overnight. I think it'd be pretty odd for us to get a big gap down tomorrow. We could end up neutral around 5,200, which, or, if we maybe push higher into the end of the day here. Ooh, double failure. Lower high, too. That's interesting. Hmm. My Vega puts hit break even today. Now they're red again. But at least I don't need an outsized move to profit. No. Oh, there's the gap up. Mm. How can she gap? That was illegal. No, it wasn't. Would you like a gap? So we left a gap in your double gap. That's a triple gap. You can't triple gap a double gap. Is there enough interest to make it back to GN by end of day? Not yet, but it can show up. we need to break 5210, but yeah, things could get real fucking weird if we do. I'm ready for it to get weird. Nice. If Google turns green, I'll literally adopt an orphan. Lucky them. I'll double your orphan and raise you a sponsored child from Africa. Can we not gamble with children? I know you guys are out of other forms of currency, but I'm here because of the thumbnail. Who created this masterpiece? It was a meme that Grey Pube sent me, and I turned it into a stream card. GME, though, well, you know, Blame Cohen. 1 second. Who's Prince Andrew? That doesn't sound like a princely name. This is not a V. Just join the stream. Wanted to know your thoughts were for tomorrow. What the chain looks like. Does the data release tomorrow have a big impact? Not particularly, but JPOW speaks tomorrow. I feel like we're probably going to find a fairly neutral range, probably around 5,200. And we'll probably stay there until JPOW speaks, right? The ADP is not that important. It doesn't have a lot of impact. Beyond getting trashed, like trashed in, seems like it's been mostly at the same price all day. Under 160 on Tesla is going to be rough. At least this week. We have a lot more puts. Do you think AMD could continue to slide down? Maybe. I don't know. It found support again. The only thing I'm bullish on is volatility staying kind of elevated. So much chop on every fucking move, man. We might get back to like gamma neutral by the Powell speech. There's a lot more puts on the chain than there were. Most of the end of day pump is just has just been sold calls closing. I'm not really seeing anything come in out of the money. Okay. Let's be real. If we get a 2% pullback on STX, it probably just crashes at this point, right? Under 5,000 is definitely a big problem, but I think anything above that can bounce back. Yep. Big ol' synth long hasn't gone anywhere. It's smaller, but not a lot. It should be interesting when the day ends, because all of the positioning's at 5,200. Yeah, the chop's nuts. This is one of those moments where it's better to be in the money. Is that some fund like JPM or just some Giga Chad? JPM is a Giga Chad. Holding the market up until they want to rag. Yeah. Beyond was still on Reg Show last night. I was promised by myself 5250 end of day. What the fuck? Ding ding. day is done. Kind of right back at the bear confirm here. Well, pretty close. 5260. So still very much in a bearish range. Failed to break above the 5268 level on ES. Still in a bear flag. SPX for the day ended right about at the market maker's implied move, down 70 points. Just so you guys know, because I know there's been questions about this. That's what these are. These are the MM's implied move. Right? And then this, this is just like an indicator of skewness from me. So, you know, I'll turn it to the upside if we're weighted a little more heavily that way, or to the downside if we're weighted more heavily that way. Anyway, yeah. So bounce back to that 70 basis point range. Commodities up again today. Specifically precious metals, silver rocketing, 380 BPS, gold up almost 200, copper up, wheat is moving up, which has been a while, and oil is up. All indexes down. Russell taking the biggest hit today at 175 BPS, but NQ and ES down pretty substantially as well. Dow down 94 points. 6 month or 3 month volatility now above 16 into the end of the day, and cash VIX at 1460, up 6.88%. Top end of the yield curve continued to push higher today. Even though Dixie fell a little flat against the euro and the pound. US 10-year, I think, peaked pretty close to 4.4 today. It's definitely moving up quite a bit. Correlation is now rapidly breaking down on the 1 month and continuing to break down on the 3 month as we see more and more participants going short the underlying. We are going to see volatility in the index climb. Forward yield on vol, although it ended the day below 0%, we did briefly tap it just for a second. Remember, when that crosses over, that increases the demand for volatility, long volatility, and drives, VIX up, basically. Moving up a little bit today, not too much. We're starting to see some increase in tail risk hedging, and vol correlation is starting to stabilize a little bit, but it's still significantly more positively correlated than it was last week. Almost 10% difference there. So we're definitely seeing stronger correlation between VIX futures and cash VIX. Rate cuts not really moving around a lot. Slight improvement today over yesterday's low at 54, but only 57. So we're still pricing in less than 3 rate cuts by the end of the year right now. From a technical standpoint, today's close is still below the long-term trend on the daily. I also believe on the weekly. Yeah. This is the first significant breakdown of this trend in quite some time, or any breakdown of this trend in quite some time. And the fact that we, at the end of the day, still closed outside of the trend is pretty interesting. Maybe a sign of a continuation. We still need to drop quite a lot more to confirm any continuation. On most time frames, that continuation is going to occur here at 511. This resistance is extremely important.
If we do break down below that would have some significance. So right now, I mean, we're definitely in a range where we could still reverse back up. We could pop back into the trend. You know, all that would really change is that it would be consolidating a little less in the long run. The other thing to watch out for, I would say, is probably the EMA 30 here. That's a more significant breakdown as well, and that's at the 5140 level. So still quite a lot of movements to the downside before we have anything truly bearish, but it's a step. We close the day below GN, we close the day below trend. It might be an indication that things are starting to shift. No. Sorry, man. I know you're long apple. If IWM continues down, Beyond's going to get pulled off reg show without price improvement, right? So, no, I mean, they still have to do some covering on Beyond. The drop in IWM helps free up some ETF liquidity, but it doesn't help them, like, necessarily cover the underlying. And Beyond's weighting isn't all that extreme, right? It does mean that they can net shares without a lot of price improvement, which means it could end up, you know, just kind of trading flat through forced covering. But coming down much harder than it already has. I mean, it's pretty illiquid right now. Is going to be tough. Yeah, I sold all of my GME. Abso-fucking-lutely. The second the earnings report came out. I just want to say congrats on getting out. I didn't have very much left. I was pretty much out already. I hate myself for holding. I'm sorry. What's it down to? I don't even want to look at it. It's just depressing. Ugh. New low. If it's any consolation, it'll probably get some price improvement because it got shorted so hard after earnings. It's probably going to get some pretty decent price improvement over like the next week or so as we move into the ETF FTD period. As long as the market doesn't crash. All right, give me a second. Actually, no, I'm done. Yeah. Thank you guys so much for tuning in, and I will see you bright and early. Well, not bright and early tomorrow. Sometime maybe tomorrow afternoon when I get back home. I'm not going to be here in the morning, but I'll get the pickles picks written up tonight for everybody, and I'll have those pushed out. Later, guys.
Kenny's Mayonnaise is a proud sponsor